Don't if it I'm a piece of show me where. Don't style please happy I feel big body. Don't if it I'm a piece of show me where. Don't style please happy I feel big body. Don't if it I'm a piece of show me where.
And welcome everybody to Minnow Cup 36 Splat Zones edition. I am Pat, here with Mars. Mars, are you ready to watch this awesome tournament?
I am really excited. I'm so excited to see what people are capable of and what the outcomes could possibly be with this tournament today.
Yeah, we have lots of teams that registered today. We have 35 teams who are in this tournament. We're going to start, I believe it's a Swiss round. Yeah, Swiss round number 1. We will watch Origami Dragons going against the Goobers. Origami Dragons, they've been here since forever, grinding the game and playing so well. The Goobers, I've seen them around as well. They're pretty good.
I think I see Origami Dragon a lot more in other tournaments that I've also personally played in, so excited to be able to watch them and commentate over their gameplay against the Goobers today.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do. If you're new to Minnow Cup is a tournament that where you only play one mode for the whole tournament. We change every time, so this is 1 in 4. We get the Splat Zones one. Splat Zones, super popular with high level players and with people that like to paint. And I'm not high level, but I love to paint, so I love this mode.
I would say Splat Zones is one of my favorite modes to play, but that's mainly because I play a lot of anchor-oriented weapons, so it's really fun to be able to sit back and watch the zone while my teammates go crazy.
Yeah, it's all about controlling position. As we say that, game is about to start. Origami Dragon bringing a Hydra Splatling.
I'm bringing a Hydra, that's my favorite weapon. I'm excited to see this.
Well, that's a great way to start it. On the other side, there's going to be the S Blaster and the Prochara Stamper. These are the two weapons that are likely to try to go at the Hydra, try to annoy the Hydra and push it away. But right now, Hydra is working pretty well. The Origami Dragons are taking control of the zone.
As we can see, the Hydra is currently taking positioning on one of the many snipe areas that you can take on Mahi Mahi. I would say you have to be very careful on a map like this because there's people probably going to be flanking you a lot, especially where the floaties are near the snipe.
Yeah, oh! Well, we already have a DC.
Oh, we have a disconnect.
That's kind of sad. The Goobers get a DC early in the game, and right now, that's I mean, the game is going to end like that. I feel like Origami Dragon will really have to keep
going because they were already halfway between the game being completed. Unfortunate.
Yeah, the Dragons were past the 50 points mark. They're going to take this
and that is game 1 done.
That's rough. That's a rough way to start the tournament. We hope the Goobers can fix their connection in time and stay in here. I mean, they were able to get some fights going. It's just a matter of connecting things, preparing the push together, and right there they didn't even have the opportunity to do that. Really, the Origami Dragon took control, and then the Goobers had a DC. We were in the first minute pretty much. But yeah, that's game 1 on Mahi Mahi Resort. It's a rough one. We'll see how teams are able to do. But yeah, game 1 is going to go to Origami Dragon. We'll wait for that 4th player from the Goobers to come back, and we should go on to Manta Maria next.
The next mode seems to be Manta Maria. What's your opinion on Manta Maria?
I love double zones map. It's always fun to see the dynamic of the double zones. Though Manta Maria is a very risky map because it's one of the longest map in the game. It takes so much to get back from spawn onto the zones. So it's a very dangerous map. If your team gets wiped or pushed away, getting back in there can take a lot of time. Yeah, and So I really like the mechanic that double zones create into games, but it's also every time this map is in rotation, I'm kinda okay. Let's lock on because it's going to be a rough one.
Personally, I really avoid Manta Maria splat zones, but that's purely because I have a really, really bad track record of having bad luck on the map, especially with the double zones.
Oh.
With how close together everyone ends up in mid, it's literally a fest of everyone just getting picks and eventually potentially getting a wipe.
Yeah. I mean, one thing to note is it is good for splatlings, and I thought that you'd like it if you like Hydra. This is a very good map for it.
I would say Hydra is very 50-50 on a map like this. If it really highly depends on the comp that you're playing against, because of how slow Hydra can be sometimes, getting out of situations can be a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, can be a hard one.
Definitely.
We'll see how these teams are able to do. Do we have 8? Are we ready to get in the game soon?
I'm not too sure.
Okay, I'm hearing in my ear that we should get in the game very soon, and get things going again. Yeah, Manta Maria, very risky. We saw Origami Dragon really take control at the start of the game. I expect them to do that again.
They were very good at getting the paint where they needed it and getting the pick where it was important. And here we go. Game 2 is about to begin.
Yeah, I feel like the Goobers, if they can put themselves together, prepare their specials, Origami Dragon going much faster.
They're bringing in a heavy edit this time.
Ooh!
Heavy edit and Dynamo.
We have a Dynamo duel. We have a Dynamo duel going on. Love it.
I guess we'll see how this goes. I'm surprised to see heavy edit Nouveau here, though. It's not very often you see that one.
I feel like if the Dynamo is there to bring you the Tacticula, given the power that a crab tank can have on this map from the grade, a crab tank can control the whole map, so the heavy edit Nouveau has really found a lot of players that really enjoy it, especially since the changes that were made to in the last patch. But it looks like the Dragons are in control, are getting a lot of splats right there.
And as we see, the counter is going down and they have taken the lead. Let's see if they can hold it.
Ooh!
Oh, the crab tank cancel. That was sneaky.
Yeah. That's why you love a good Dynamo play. It looks like the Goobers are going to take some control, are able to get in, they get punished as they try to push through. I mean, they got the lead, but now the Origami Dragons are back in the middle and are already trying to push.
With a half zone and... Ooh, they got a crab tank actually really fast there.
Yeah. David, for the Goobers, is going to have to move away. They are chased by the Origami Dragons. It's been very much back and forth between these two teams. Lead is going to swap again, this time for the Dragons, as the Goobers are slowly getting back in there and getting punished in.
I can see that the junior is getting punished a lot and around the same areas on both sides of the map, surprisingly.
Yep, it's a rough one right now as Dragons are in control. Dynamo on the side of the Goobers preparing the next push. Dynamo is so important right there because it gives the cooler, it also gives so much paint. You really want to have it for your push. As I said, the Dynamo falls down for the Goobers.
I think Dynamo is one of those weapons that can be really good, but it can also be dependent on the player's skill too, because if you're a lot newer to the weapon, you tend to get punished a lot more.
Oh yeah, it's a glass cannon. There's a lot of risk involved in it, and you have to make sure that every hit matters with it. Right now, the Goobers are able to apply penalty, are able to get back in control. There's only 2 minutes left in the game, though, and yeah, the Goobers need to hold for long. They don't have penalty, though, as long as they're able to keep the Origami dragons away thanks to that ledge, they should be in, but the dragons are throwing all their specials at the zones right now just to get in.
I think they're currently just working on getting that take back on the right side of the map there.
Yeah, Goobers getting behind, but they lost 2 players in that push. Dragons are in control, and
3
now
players are down, the Goobers, and they take the zone back. Now they just gotta work on chipping that penalty down.
yeah, penalty is being chipped, and lots of try right there. Prince with a dynamo is out of ink, dodging though, able to dodge and to punish the other dynamo. The Goobers are back in control. They are holding this. 1 minute left, but they don't have that much penalty. If they're able to deny the next push by the dragons, they should get the lead.
They have around 30 seconds on the counter right now to get that down to past 21. It's now the situation of, are they going to build up their specials and push in?
Well, here comes the attacks, here comes the strikes and the crab, but the crab's not enough. They only get 1 zone yet, and they're not able, they get countered. Oh, the Goobers able to paint over and get the lead and a wipeout. I mean, that's game.
That's practically game, yeah. With how long it takes to get back from spawn, they've got that. GG's to both ends. That was a very good game. Very backwards and forwards.
And with the Goobers able to get the comeback there, they have to be pretty sad that they didn't get their shot at finishing game number 1. But now we are 1-1. That means we are going to a game number 3.
We also need to remember that game 3 is also the match set, so both teams have to sorry, what? I lost my train of thought. Both teams really need to work hard on getting this win to take the set.
Yep, it's going to be all decided by this one. We go on to a bit of a flatter map, so I wouldn't be surprised to see much longer weapons coming back.
I would be excited to see that Hydra being brought back out for this map.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like that's the kind of good option that would help. That Hydra, I'm not sure the Dynamos will come back. I mean, that Dynamo was good for Manta, but I feel like if you don't bring a Dynamo to Mahi Mahi, you're unlikely to bring a Dynamo to Robo.
I think my Wi-Fi just decided to not want to work for a second.
Oh.
I'm okay now, it's back. Don't worry, I'm back. I don't really know how well Dynamo does on a map like Robo Ramen though. That's what I'm curious about, if it was to be brought back.
Well, it has a sprinkler, and Robo Ramen has the best sprinkler spot in the game.
Oh yeah,
especially with zones.
There's so many random places you can put it in. It's funny sometimes seeing them.
Yeah, and Robo Ramen Zones is legit a good sprinkler map. But it's also a map where most of the map is quite flat, and I'd rather bring the gold Dynamo than the vanilla Dynamo, to be honest, because these super chumps can take the zone, paint the zone very well, and you want an option
really
to paint
good in a map like this, if you're able to get them in a spot where it's in the choke points, because you'll be wasting the opponent's time with them trying to get those chumps out of there so they don't get painted over. And here we are as game 3 begins.
Yep, let us go. This is Swiss, so both of these teams will still be in the tournament, but that is going to decide.
Dynamo.
Yep, a lot of web path. On the other side, the Goobers ditch the Dynamo. They want more speed. This time the Zap is going to provide them with the cooler. They'll be able to zoom around.
They brought out the Zap and the second kit of Stamper too.
Yeah, the Grab Tank on this map dominates the whole map. It's going to be an incredibly important weapon right now, but ooh! The Wipeout, the Origami Dragons.
Wipe. Very, very good early game. You're able to get into where you want to go and also build a hold pressure.
Ooh, speaking of pressure, that Dynamo under that ledge is so important. But with 2 down right now, it looks like the Origami Dragon are going to have to give some space to the Goobers. The Goobers have their way back in, but they're a bit too hasty. They're trying to rush a bit too fast, and now the Dragons are back with the advantage.
With a map like this, I would say you have to play it very patiently. Not too patient, but patient enough that you don't get picked off. And they have the read and Wipeout!
Wipeout to save it. Congratulations, Goobers. You are still in the game, but now they need a KO.
Their specials. So, from what I can see here, they're just working on keeping the pressure on Origami Dragons right now with their specials to try and keep them out to get more points off of that counter right there.
Yep, and with the 2 down onto the Dragons need to paint the zone right there because looks like the Goobers have good control, are pushing back in. The Goobers looking to do the greatest comeback and stay in control. 3 minutes left in the game. Right now the Dragons need to paint.
Down again.
And the Dragons lost their Dynamo. They need to paint the map there. They need to paint the zone. They lost a player. They lost
the flank from the stamp on the Dynamo right now.
At least if they were able to get the zone to apply penalty, that means they keep the lead for now. And Danny with the Dynamo is going to be there.
Zone back.
Nice shred on that grab tank.
That was a really nice grab tank shred.
And now the Dragon, they want to play the long game. They know they don't need to push that much. As long as they're able to apply penalty every once in a while, as long as they're able to deny the points, they win the game. There's only 2 minutes left, so they can play the clock pretty much.
If they're able to keep the pressure on, but also not get themselves picked off, it is going to be a really good situation for them. But I would say it's very important to be careful, because if they do get... And they take game 3! I was going to say, they need to be careful with not getting picked off, especially with the counter, with how low the Goobers had that counter taken down from. But as we see, Origami Dragons have taken 3.
Yeah, very nice game by the Origami Dragons, sealing the deal. I mean, they got in trouble on Manta Maria, not be able to push back in onto the Goobers, but back onto Robo Roman, where they were much more at their ease. They really took control of that game, and that big push that they had at the start of the game really worked well for them.
I think some game modes and maps have very strong maps. I would say that Manta Maria is on the weaker side in terms of when people play it. No, but that was very good games from both teams for this set.
Yeah, and we've had very good games by both teams. Congratulations to Origami Dragon for taking the set. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with a round 2 of the Swiss bracket. And welcome back to Minnow Cup number 36 Splat Zones edition. We are now in round 2 of the Swiss stage of this tournament. I am still back with Mars. We have one more game, and this time it looks like, according to the seeding, these two teams are pretty evenly matched.
I guess it'll be interesting to see how they do against each other, considering their seeding. A lot of the time, even if they are seeded evenly, one team could always end up on top regardless, without the seeding needed, really.
Yeah, and especially these two teams, they both have the roster depth. Inkbound 6 players, Farmage Valley 5 players. So depending on who is ready to play today, who can come onto the ground, we can have one team that has the comp advantage, that has better things to do, or one team that has all of its players that can switch things up and adapt to what the other team is doing. Lots could happen depending on which players are ready to play on each side. We'll see how these teams are able to do, and they will start on Shipshape Cargo Company. Another pretty wide map, and it's all about taking control over that almost a bridge that's above the zones.
Ship shape can be very sufferable at times, especially if you have weapons that are very good at taking care of the areas that you would normally drop from.
Yep, and here we go. It is time to fight. Inkbound bringing us a brush and a decapitator. There's going to be a lot of fights on that side, on the side of FMV. FMV, they have a pencil and the Nautilus. That's perfect to punish your opponent when they're trying to move forward onto you. So FMV needs to establish their defense on the other side. Inkbound needs to find a way to get in, and that Octobrush is not wasting a second, already trying to get in there, trying to get a few splats.
They're currently battling over getting that zone out of control.
Yeah.
Ooh. And you see with the Xiphias, the pencil is taken out, but they are punished by a killer whale, I think.
Yeah, and by the Gao following it right there.
Oh, and the what a last shot pick there from Zuka right there.
Yeah, Inkbound really taking control right there and not letting FMV do what they want to do so far. FMV were activating the cooler, finally ready to push in. They have the numbers, but they get splatted by Tetra with the Decapitator.
And they
almost getting a third.
That Octobrush is not wasting time in getting those picks around zone right there.
Yeah.
As we see, they are currently trying to go for the splatter shot, and they get the pick with Xiphias before going down.
Yeah, Inkbound really maintaining their control thanks to Splat after Splat after Splat. But FMV able to survive a bit longer, are able to take control, but they already lose 3 players, Mars.
That is not good.
It's going to be a rough one. There's a lot of penalty on to Inkbound, so FMV will have some time to prepare a push to get something going, but Inkbound already activating their specials, trying to get more splats into the spawn, and it's working! Oh, it's a wipeout!
I think what's very important when trying to take back in a situation like this is try your best to at least get your specials out or ready to get that aggressive push in, because then with a special advantage it's a little bit easier to get picks, especially if you weaken people. As we see the pencil has gotten tactical around, are they able to cap?
Pretty much saved with that capture right there, but FMV needs a bit more if they want to keep
down
the lead.
from Inkbound. I wonder what that splatter shot is up to.
Well, that's one. They just get one and they're looking to get another with the Zukak, finding it across the bridge right there. Very nice arc and a
Good
third
job.
one.
Good job them finding someone with that very interestingly arc shot from the Trizuka.
Inkbound are very good at using their momentum. The second they get a splat, they get a second one, and they get another one. They keep moving forward. I feel like FMV really needs to recognize that and stop it, but with the jetpack right there, that's game number one for Inkbound. Really dominating that game. FMV losing too many fights, I feel like.
I think some players can play a little bit too aggressively in situations when they're trying to take back, which can cause people to feed. And feeding is one of the worst things that you could do in a situation, especially on ship shape, because if the enemy team is very far up on that map, it can be increasingly a lot more difficult to get out.
Yeah, and Inkbound, they were very much incredibly forward. Every time FMV would step just their toe outside of spawn, Inkbound was ready to punish it. Inkbound was there. FMV, they need to really slow things down to get out of spawn, prepare their specials, because the second they stray away from the group, they get called out, they get attacked, and it's going to be very rough for them. That being said, it's just game one. They have 2 more games to get back in there, and we're going to start on Umami Ruins. Go on Umami Ruins.
I really feel like sorry. Inkbound knew what they came into and knew what they wanted when taking that game right there. They knew exactly where they were going, how they were going to do it. And I really admire players who are able to just go into a game and just do what they need to do.
Yeah, it's about like knowing what the plan and then executing the plan. FMV also had a plan, but not really recognizing that Inkbound's overall aggressivity really falls. Like, you have to change the way you play, and going into Umami is really the kind of map that allows you to go forward, to get into the opponent's spawn and to get more and more fights, which, I mean, Inkbound, they love to do exactly that. FMV needs to be ready for these fights right under their spawn. They need to be ready to counter these attacks, to fight these Zipcaster, to shoot it, because if they don't, we're likely to see a repeat of game number one. Let's see if they had the time to talk it out, if they had the time to adapt to what Inkbound is doing. And well, that's the change of brush on the side of Inkbound. On the other side, pretty much, no more pencil, triple shooter, and a heavy edit. So
I've been sitting here wondering why I couldn't hear the game audio, and I realized...
You muted the stream?
I turned it down, yeah, I forgot that I turned it down.
That's why. Well, we got the audio, it's working pretty well. Inkbound is getting in. You have already a few splats for Inkbound, but they get punished right away, trade after trade, but Inkbound keeps moving forward as the trade are occurring. Tetra is punished with the decavitator. That is big, but the walls are going to get the splat there, and Inkbound stay in control. Shelby has to jump away, and now this is when FMV needs to recognize where the fight is going to happen and not get splatted before they have the opportunity for a push.
I think it's very important to not get separated as well when playing, because worst case scenario, you are going to end up getting picked off by one or more people, which can also be very bad, especially if you are trying to get back in. Scattering yourself as a team and just getting very disoriented can cause pushes from the enemy team to be a lot more difficult to handle.
Yeah, and right now Inkbound is just 6 ticks away from the victory and the recap the zone.
Oh, they are
FMB needs to
desperately
paint
trying
right now. They
that
need to give
zone.
it their all, trying to get in. They lose their 52 and they lose another player. Oh, just the heavy edit left standing. That's going to be game for
No.
Inkbound taking the
That is
set.
game 2 from Inkbound taken, leaving them with a 2-0 score.
Mm-hmm.
And that is game.
Yep, that is the game. That's I mean, in game number 1, Inkbound took control and really showed what they can do when they have the momentum. In game number 2, they got even faster. They got even stronger, not letting FMV cap the zone
They
at
were
any
not
moment.
letting them out. They were really, really working on making sure that they could not get themselves in far enough to get those zones back.
And it's as you were saying, Farm Edge Valley, they were letting themselves be staggered, be isolated from each other, and being scattered all around the map really allowed Inkbound to run at them and win the fight, especially with the brush and the gravitator. Inkbound was very happy to run around the map and play whack-a-mole, just getting players one by one that way. It really was playing into their style, and it was really, really rough for Farm Edge Valley to get back in there. That's a clean duo for Inkbound. They're going to get another victory going into round number 3. Yeah, and I think we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with
We'll be right
that
back.
third round. and welcome back. This is now round 3 of the Swiss stage of this Minnow Cup number 36 Splat Zones edition. I am Pat again with Mars. Mars, this is our last game we watched together. Let's make it count, okay?
Absolutely. I am really excited to see how this last set will go.
And
Just
yeah, we're
pulling up the... I forgot what I was gonna say. Ignore me.
Yeah, we're going to watch Tidal Disruption going against Turn Left. Both teams have won a game and then lost a game. So both teams have won one.
Tidal Disruption is at seed 19 and Turn Left is seed 31.
Yep, Turn Left bringing a Dynamo to Macomar. Dynamo on this map, if you know how to play a Dynamo on here, you can do a lot of damage. This weapon can be incredibly effective on here. As I say that, Churi with a Bra is getting in there. And there's a lot of splats going.
Oh, and they ran out of ink.
A bit of trades, but Tidal Disruptions take control of the zone right now and are forcing Turn Left to really move to the left of the map and try to find a way in.
As we can see, the Fluttershy is currently was looking for picks with their Zuka to see if they can get anybody downed.
Yep.
You managed to get one person, but unfortunately was not triumphant with getting the second person.
Yeah, and right now Tidal Disruption really holding the fort pretty well. Turn Left still struggling to get onto the zone, but now with Q down onto Tidal Disruption, this is their opportunity. They need to paint the zone, and they are all getting it thanks to that splashdown. Now it's all on Turn Left to do the same, to really establish their control right now. And with one player down, it's going to be a rough one. But Pencil is finding the Splat, especially with the Inkjet helping right there. It's very much a rough one. Another Splat by the Pencil.
Another pick.
Yeah, Anon with the Pencil really getting a lot of value right there. The range on that weapon is something you need to respect.
I've just now realized that Tidal Disruption is running double Zuka right there with that squeezer and splatter shots.
Yeah, and we were talking about the double Zuka meta earlier in the break. And yeah, we get to see it right now. 3 down on to Turn Left. That's a delayed wipe. And Tidal Disruption, they have a cooler as well. They will respawn pretty fast. Here comes the jump. I mean, they're not stopping right now.
3 of them coming down from that snipe right there.
And not much penalty.
The Pencil is currently trying to get picks and basically just scouting out where people are.
And that's the game for Tidal Disruption, really taking control with all of that range between the Pencil and the Zukas. They always were attacking Turn Left where Turn Left couldn't counter-attack, and really with that they took control of the whole map.
Very good fight from both teams right there.
Yep. And that's just game number 1. We are going back to Shipshape Cargo Company. That's a map that's very wide but very open, where Pencil plus double Zuka is going to be very, very powerful. And I feel like Turn Left need to change things up, switch their comp if they want to stay in the game, if they want to come back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. With how close the games were in terms of the backwards and forwards, I really, really want to see Turn Left making a comeback round 2.
Yeah, it's...
I wonder if they are able to pull it off.
That's very much the question, and we'll see it right away as the game is starting. Let's see if Turn Left is able to adapt, is able to switch things up on the side of the Tidals. We don't see a change, but Turn Left is bringing a Dynamo next to their Hydra. that's going to give them a lot of power. As long as they're able to dodge these Zukas, they should be able to at least stand their ground a bit better. Yeah, here comes the start, and already Dynamo doing the exact thing they need to do on this stage, countering the pencil, forcing the cooler advantage for the team. This is a very much better start for turn left right there.
We see the Hydra currently trying to get their positioning solid, trying to get those picks that they need to stop Tidal Disruption from getting in.
Ooh. And very nice control by turn left right there. That's what they need to do. They hold their ground with the Hydra and the Dynamo. The rest of the team moves in, takes the picks, and now turn left has the lead. Turn left has the whole map painted blue right now, and it's on Tidal Disruption to wait for the special so that they can get in. Here comes the specials, Mars.
I would say the Hydra is a really strong weapon on this map, especially if you're if your teammates are able to enable the weapon in a comp to stay in a certain area that's really good at holding pressure. Oh! Oh, that was a nasty double right there.
The Dynamo moves on the side of turn left. Opti with a Dynamo absolutely shredding right there. That's what you want to see. I mean, perfectly using the map to really surprise their opponent. That's, I mean, turn left really changed the way they play right there, and it's working incredibly well. Getting a trade onto the jetpack. Very nice, and now the Dynamo getting one, almost getting a second, activating the Booyah Bomb to survive a bit longer. Is going to try to punish, but gets flooded.
That Brella has really got the heat on them right now, drawing the attention to themselves while their teammates are able to get in and paint that zone.
Yep, and right now, Tidal Disruption fighting as well as they can. Anon with that pencil, getting a few punishes, but turn left able to apply the penalty. That's going to mean they keep the lead a bit longer, and now that jetpack is trying to dislodge that Hydra. It's working, and ooh, 2 assists with the Inkjet is pretty good. That's going to allow Tidal Disruption to get back onto the zone again, get a few more points.
As we can see, Tidal Disruption has completely got their penalty down, so it's time's ticking right now for turn left right now to try and get that zone capped.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to get a lead swap, but as the lead is swapping, 2 players are down on the side of Tidal Disruption. This is the opportunity for turn left to get forward in. Opti is on top of the map with the Dynamo. That is so dangerous, but they... Ooh.
And they were able to get that cap. That is a 50-second penalty now that Tidal Disruption has to get down now, which gives turn left just a little bit more time to get their own penalty points down. And as I say, that zone gets capped by Tidal Disruption.
Yeah, Tidal Disruption back in control, but they lost 2 players. They lost 3 players in the process. It's just the Squeezer trying to defend the zone. There's a minute left, and turn left has the opportunity to get in as they're not able to punish the jumps in. And they should have a bit of trouble. Here comes the strike, but they're too late. Tidal Disruption chipping at their penalty. Penalty is going to come back, but now turn left has a huge
the double
to come back.
pick.
Oh, 3 down, and it's just the T-Tech. I think if that T-Tech is the last standing for turn left, they need to regroup with the team. There isn't much penalty. If they're able to keep the zone there, they could get the lead again. Ooh, no. Tidal Disruption able to get that penalty and to kill the Hydra right there. That is so big. There will be no position for turn left and Tidal Disruption.
I feel like awareness of players around the map is very important playing a weapon such as Hydra. Because of how slow you are, you really need to be very careful with where you are and making sure that you are safe enough to charge your shots.
Yeah, and with 5 seconds left, it looks like Tidal Disruption is holding that zone, and they're
And that
going
is
to
game
get the
3.
set. Yes, that
Game
is
3?
game
Game
3.
2. Game 2, game 2.
Game 2. That's the game, that's the set. Tidal Disruption wins
Yes,
2-0. It's the best of 3, so that's the end.
Lord.
But yes, I believe it's the end of our block. It's not the end of the tournament. There's 2 more rounds of Swiss stage, and then you'll have your wonderful brackets. But it is the end for the both of us, Mars. And it's been a blast casting with you today.
Been very fun.
Before we go, where can I find you on the internet? Plug yourself.
Well, you can find me on Twitter. Trying to think off the top of my head what my what my Twitter handle is. It is
on screen. It's on screen right now.
Yeah, as you can see, it's Pinky Dink, but we have the underscores at the start and in the middle between the 2 words. I'm also on Discord, obviously, but with my Discord being It's Mars with 4 S's. Other than that, I'm not really anywhere online, really. What about you?
Yeah, well, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at PatJorTom. It's written on your screen. If you remove the underscores, you can find me on Blue Skies as well. And that's all. Thank you so much for MIT for having us, and special thanks to Curry for being our observer today. Wonderful job on the camera. And yeah, that's us. We'll take a break, and when the stream will be back, it will be with new commentators. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are back with new commentators. My name is Rocket, joined by Axo. How are you doing today, Axo?
I am doing good, Rocket. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty fantastic. We are kicking off the second half of group stage here. Looking at round 4 now, we are looking at Bytes versus Ewfish. And I don't know too much about both these teams, but so far taking a quick look at how their tournaments have shaped out. Bytes off to a bit of a rough stretch so far, not quite finding a set victory yet, but they're hoping that this will change for them. Looking over at Ewfish, on the other hand, they did manage to win their first group stage match against Squid Estimate, but have dropped their following two. So definitely interesting to see both these teams just looking to get the ball rolling again.
Yeah, obviously both teams make it does look like a bit of a bumpy journey, but now showing off now in first round Umami Ruins. Honestly, with this map, it's very dependent sometimes, because with your comp, if sometimes your comp might not work on this map, and then that's what can lead to the essential push of the other team going to your base. But what do you think about this?
Yeah, this map is really interesting on Splat zones because of the two separate zones obviously you have on this and needing to control both of them. I believe the mid control is always just going to be key in every map, but especially on Umami Ruins here, and it's going to be interesting to see what both these teams bring to contest that in round 1. Remember, doing best of 3. The winner of this will obviously have the advantage in the next one, already only having to win one more. But as we take a look at the comps that both these teams are bringing, we see a different flavor of edit, if you will, on the side of Ewfish running their crab edit, as well as Lunar Blaster on Pitoy is running, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, we see both teams not using pencil for this, but going for the more versatile tactical options. With Bytes pulling out the Splash Neo and the Order Roller, which can, to get your jumps back into the zone. So with this map, you've also got the zones. The size of the zones they're very small, so it's very easy to contest them, which can obviously lead to your score just being stopped, just like there, with the strikes being popped. Obviously 2 down on Bytes, so Ewfish just looking to retake that zone, which they do successfully.
Yeah, however, the points still going for Ewfish, nearing the 44 mark now, as they're just continuously extending their lead over and over. One does go down on the side of Ewfish, and that might be the opportunity that Bytes needs to stop them in their tracks, to stop the bleeding, if you will, and it will be that opportunity as they now at least get some score on the board and force Ewfish back with some penalty points behind them. The specials going out to further dislodge Ewfish and push them back. Bytes with a good response on that attack, because it was looking dire. However, Ewfish now still contesting with Crab online.
Yeah, but Ewfish still trying to take control back of the zone. Bytes slowly creeping towards that 50 mark, but Ewfish just getting that zone back with a stamp in the ready. They've got a solid control of mid, maybe just trying to push Bytes back into their base, but the strikes being popped now, what we could see is a push from Bytes. And obviously another strikes being pushed here.
Yeah, the strikes, I feel, is what is going to be key to Bytes just being able to contest Ewfish here, and especially if the kills go their way, which seems as two fell there on the side of Ewfish, and now being pushed back. The Crab managing to find the equalizing trade, however, on this, and continuing to keep Ewfish at least in mid here to not lose any ground or lose much ground, as Ewfish will manage to take control of the zone, but the sharking roller managing to find a pick there and able to get their special online, however quickly traded back and forward as well. We have 2 specials online for Ewfish here, and that could be the difference in this match as they near their end of the penalty points. Things could get deadly here if Bytes can't find anything.
Yeah, obviously But now with one left on Ewfish, Sharkbite's looking at another push with a heavy just trying to defend but going down. The Zuka being popped now just to push.
Yeah, and with a minute and 40 left, there's not much time left for both these teams to continue. However, the score is fairly close, despite what it may seem, as Sharkbites are nearing their end of their penalty points as well, and this could go in the favor of Sharkbites if they continue to move up, especially with Cooler on their back as well. The penalty points now out of it, and Sharkbites are very much in Ewfish territory. The crab hopped again just to try to keep them at bay, as these members of Sharkbites are just sticking together, taking smart fights together, managing to find one there and actually take the lead away from Ewfish here. With a minute left, Ewfish needs to muster up a push here. That's a good equalizing pick to at least get the right side of the zone, managing to find another as well. And with specials going out, Ewfish are just continuously just trying to make sure they can maintain that lead that Sharkbites has now to a minimum, as they have 50 seconds left to get back into the fight.
Yeah, obviously Sharkbite's just trying to get back into mid so then they can control for the rest of the match so they can secure this first win. But with Ewfish, they're slowly just getting pushed back. They can't actually do much with the tactical on Sharkbite, start being pushed back. Now with the splash being shown here, we can't do much. The zone is being contested still, but I'm really not sure if it's going to be contested in time. But
yeah,
as you see now, it is.
Yeah, we saw a beautiful shot there from Astral with that Zuka to manage to get, I believe, 2 players in that crossfire. And now with Ewfish having the zone, we could potentially see an overtime push here. If Sharkbites can't contest the zone in time, they have 3 seconds to the strikes to go out to try to equalize it. Each team has a zone here. It's going to be a brawl in mid. Whoever gets the first cap on their zone will be as such. They actually flip zones as well. It is still very contested. However, I believe Sharkbites manages to edge out in the end and maintain their lead.
That was one of the best zones fights I've ever seen. Like, even though I will admit, it was quite funny with both zones just being flipped at the same time. But overall, a very good performance from both Sharkbites and Ewfish.
Yeah, 100%. That game had me on the edge of my seat. But as we look at game 2 now in this series, Barnacle and Dime, I think the longer range weapons in this map will be key, especially that Crab edits on this map, because not only is, like I just mentioned, the longer range weapons pretty favorable on it because of the layout of mid, the flat zone of it, but also specifically of that Crab that the edit has. We saw the power of it in that game 1, and I think it will just be amplified here on Barnacle and Dime.
Yeah, and obviously now we could probably see the introduction of Pencil being put in place. Obviously, you did say mid was very favourable to long range weapons, and with Pencil being a long range weapon, and obviously also being a good painter, it is very viable on this map. Obviously, also with zoners, we could, and also it is also a one zone match. We could be seeing some reef sliders, if any.
Yeah, reef slider cheese is always gonna be a prevalent thing, and I'm wondering if, like you mentioned, if any of these players or teams are gonna switch off of that. And if they don't, I believe that both these teams still have pretty good comps to face a map such as Barnacle and Dime. However, obviously Sharkbites in this best of 3 only needs to win this remaining game to win, and if not, just hopefully edge it out in game 3 if Ewfish force a game 3. But as we take a look at these weapon comps, fairly similar comps. However, I believe a splash being brought out on the side of, I believe that is Sharkbites. Just having, like I mentioned earlier, Crab on both sides now. It's gonna be a brawl for the Crabs.
Well, you did say it was Splash, but this is still Splash Neo, not the vanilla Splash, so we will still be seeing double strikes. But obviously, as you can see here, still the versatile cooler options, which obviously may be a better choice for any zones map, because both weapons are very good painters, and also they can quickly get tactical and also get some quick kills. Obviously now the only 6 strikes I think just being popped at once. There was a Zuka back there as well, but the bubble being pushed there. Ewfish in the lead, but Sharkbite's hoping to gain a push so then they can retake that.
Yeah, and you're right though. For Sharkbites, they are in fact running double strikes, and I think that's a perfect counter to the crab that what Ewfish was running. And despite being wiped out initially on that first push, Sharkbites are managing to bring themselves back into the game here. The crab being popped for the side of Ewfish just to try to stop any further advance, managing to find one earlier and helping with that other kill on the side there. Ewfish able to at least maintain to get back the zone, I mean, and continuously moving their penalty points down. The Zuka goes out as well, managing to find one, I believe, on the left side there, and kills just going back and forward as Ewfish now have the potential to take the lead as they are out of their penalty.
Yeah, obviously, Ewfish was very close to taking the lead as Sharkbites only has 46 remaining. However, the contestant of the zone now being put in place with also strikes being popped, just pushing that heavy edit back. Sharkbites obviously taking the zone, but they still need to exit their penalty and gain 4 more points to at least take the lead. Obviously, right now the zone being contested with 3 members of each team on the zone. It's very interesting. Now 2 on each side, but the Zuka almost being popped, but going down. Sharkbites takes that zone and hopes to exit that penalty.
Yeah, off of that team fight now, Sharkbites in a great position to hold Ewfish back. However, the crab online once again, the triple ink strike going out on the side of Sharkbites to deny any presence of that. And out of their penalty points now, Sharkbites will manage to take the lead with another triple ink strike going out, managing to find one in its wake. And the time is just ticking down for Ewfish to get back into it. Stamp managing to find 2 members of Sharkbites and 3rd as well, and trying to get all 4. However, that player will remain alive at least temporarily, as Ewfish now have quite a hill to climb, as Sharkbites now down to the 10s in terms of actual points.
Yeah, obviously, with that amazing push from Sharkbites, Ewfish really need to maintain this lead. But with the amount of aggression coming from Sharkbites, I'm really not sure how they're going to do it, because I see here 2 members going down just as we speaking. One, the Lunar Boss on the left, and you know, we're seeing a lot of aggressive pushes from Sharkbites, and I'm really not sure if Ewfish can counter that.
Yeah, because Sharkbites just have great mobility and how they stick together in teams of 2 and takes these 2-on-1 advantage fights. We see a beautiful Zuka shot from Astro here trying to just deny any more presence. However, they need to get into the zone here as we're ticking down to the single digits for Sharkbites. This could be the end of the set here if Ewfish can't contest it. However, they do manage to at least contest it and stay alive for the time being. They need to cap the zone though, and they will manage to cap the zone to at least force Sharkbites to have some penalty points, but now they have to set up in their own positions as well, and with a minute left, they're just farming their specials at this point to at least get a good hold onto Sharkbites to deny any sweep and to keep the set going.
Yeah, obviously now with the strikes being popped right now, with the Zuka still at the ready, however, Sharkbites are just trying to find their way through the aggression of Ewfish, but they are also being really defensive. Zuka taking that nice clean shot, and then, yeah, Strikes are still ready, but now Ewfish almost ready to just take the lead. They do so. This could be a... No! Right now, the zone still being contested with 23 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure how this is going to go out.
Yeah, those triple ink strikes managed to keep Sharkbites in it, at least temporarily. However, it is just left to the slosher, and it will not be enough as Ewfish strikes back extremely fast there near the end there and manages to take that game. And now we are going to game 3 in this series. Very well done on the side of Ewfish to, although they looked desperate near the final minute mark, I believe, they put in a last-ditch effort and last-second push, and we're just able to survive on that. And we are looking at Game 3 Manta Maria next, Axo.
Yeah, this map for zones very good, I will say, even though it is a double zones map. We can see many different types of pushes being here, but also the comps, I'm also very interested to see how they switch it up. because this map, if you don't have a good comp, then it might end up in your team just being pushed back. But with these last 2 games, they've been really good. I'm not sure how this one's going to go out.
Yeah, it has been back and forward, especially we saw in that Barnacle and Dime, because I didn't know which way to lean because they were just going push for push back and forward, and it's only fitting that we're going to game 3 because that's basically what happened in game 2 there. These teams are just going back and forth in their comps, and I think the key to winning this zone map is just their special usage, because we see like those specials are what initiate these pushes.
Yeah, obviously, last match, that was a very thrilling match, I will say that. The strikes being pushed to just get that zone, but overall, it might not have been enough, even though Shark Bytes had 5 remaining. It was only a matter of time before Ewfish managed to find their way and take that lead. But now, going into game 3, this one, if they do decide to run these same comps, it will be very interesting, because obviously you got the versatile tacticalers, double strikes, which could potentially just cap both zones at once, and then you got the bubbles and the Zuka. So yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, it's all about the right opportunity and popping those specials at the right time, which can swing the fight in the favor of one team over another. You mentioned the double ink strike. As well, I want to mention the crab on the other side. It is just basically a giant rock, paper, scissors match between these specials to see, okay, so this special will counter this one. For example, we have a stamp. We saw a stamp a little bit last match as well. Wish to see a little bit more of that, but hopefully we will see that in this game 3, it is that whoever takes this game will win it here. Looking at both teams' comps here, sticking with similar comps on both sides, having that tri-slosher on the side of, I believe that is Ewfish?
Yeah.
Yeah, on Ewfish, having the tri-slosher being the cooler weapon, which I think is really interesting. I don't think we've mentioned it up to this point, but having a more aggressive weapon be your cooler weapon is it isn't what most teams would run. However, it did work with them in game 1.
Yeah, obviously now the crab being used to just push Shark Bytes out of not the middle, but they've got a strike at the ready and they're using it on the top just to see if they can contest, but no, they can't. Ewfish just slowly but surely pushing into Shark Bytes' base. Shark Bytes also just going down one by one, as you see it, as you just saw. There's also, yeah, one stamp at the ready just to see if they need it, but obviously the roller is trying to flank here, just taking that tri-switcher, and then
Yeah, and unfortunately not able to create space off of that. Their idea was just trying to get in and create space for their team with that big bubble on hand. Unfortunately shut down beforehand. And Ewfish already off to a great lead here with 27 points remaining. The crab pushed as well to help with this, and it is looking a little dire for Shark Bytes. If they can't get in here, they just need to paint the zone, Ewfish, and they will be on their way to potentially in the tens of points. Yeah, the zone will be capped finally, and although that roller gets a nice kill there initially, they need to get onto the zone as we're nearing the 10-point mark. They need to paint the zone a little bit. Bombs are thrown as well on the point, and at least for now, Shark Bytes will at least manage to get in a push and stall out the time. However, look at the point total, Axel. It is down to 6 for Ewfish.
Yeah, that was one big push from Ewfish at the start, taking 94 points as a whole. That aggression, that was what you really want to see to secure yourself that really good lead for the start. A stamp is at the ready, but I'm really not sure when this Lunar Blaster will pop it. As of right now, just taking that, sloshing down, but going down as well from the roller. Roller taking the tri-slosher down, and the crab. The Zuko just trying to stay alive at this point, not managed to. Oh no, they still do get a shot in against the tri-slosher.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, great initial push from Ewfish, but look at the push from Shark Bytes, almost near down the 20 point at this point. There is no lead that is safe in Splatoon that I have learned, and it is looking as the case as now they're near down the 12 mark. What looked like an giant great lead is now being cut down, and actually Shark Bytes manages to take the lead, and they just keep going and will actually take game 3 there. Once they took the zone, they just didn't look back.
That is literally that's how you know that it's not over until you actually win. But that was probably the best match of zones I've seen. 21-1 for Shark Bytes. Yeah,
But yeah, Shark Bytes were just able to come back from such an just a great deficit there, as they were down near the 6-point mark. Ewfish were near down the 6-point mark and were about to get a knockout. However, once Shark Bytes were able to maintain control of the zone, we saw the roller, we saw all the members of Shark Bytes really just take great positions and shut Ewfish out with no opportunity for them to get back into it. Shark Bytes with that win.
Yeah, they managed to, even though they were in pushback, they did manage to find their rhythm. And then I think that's what enabled them to take that win. Obviously, amazing pushes from Ewfish throughout the set, but Shark Bytes just managed to hold on to the edge and get that win. Now, I think we're going to be moving on to round 5, and we'll see you there.
Welcome back to Group Stage. We are in our final round here, round 5 of Group Stages. Axo and Rocket still here with you, and next we're looking at this final group stage, which will be against X-Names versus Radiant Team Biscuits.
Yeah, obviously, this will be a very interesting match. I think both of them, it looks like they're both going to a silver bracket, but this one might see which one secured their place. Looking now, I have to say, I love both icons. They're so really cool. A bit unracist, but you know. Obviously they've had a very interesting run, but obviously managed to secure that spot into the silver bracket. So this one might just see which one makes it.
Yeah, you mentioned that both these teams are fighting for a spot. Both these teams have split their group stage matches so far, both winning two sets so far. So this could be the deciding factor for who makes it into brackets and who will drop down to a lower bracket. But shifting away from that a little bit, we will look at game 1, which will be Robo Ramen Zones. Any thoughts on this map, Axa?
Well, it's one of the more interesting zones maps, because Robo as a whole, you have underpasses that you have, you know, leading into each team's base, so you obviously have to look out for that, but also you just need to keep your eyes also focused on the enemy team as a whole, because it can be very hard just to keep track of where everyone is. Going into the match now, let's have a look at these comps. So this one we've got a custom blaster, and a stamper, and then the pencil being pulled out here.
Yeah, as well on the side of Radiant Team Biscuits, that Neo Splash we're seeing a lot more prevalent. We've seen the movement of running Neo Splash over some different shooters, and I think it's really interesting to see, and I think it just opens up so much, as the triple ink strikes that come with it is really powerful, as we see here actually on the side of Radiant Team Biscuits managing to get a wipeout on X-Name and continuing to push them back now down to the 75-point mark. A good initial push. Let's see if they can keep it up with specials going out on the side of Radiant Team Biscuits.
Yeah, obviously they managed to keep mid here, probably 2 strikes, but obviously one going down. There's a zip cast at the ready now. There was a splashdown, but obviously that got cancelled. X-Name just trying to keep a hold of themselves, because they can't seem to find their way through this line of defense from Radiant Team Biscuits. But now we're seeing them slowly try and contest this zone. Successfully doing so and taking it as a whole. Yeah, Pencil has gone down, so has the Sasha, but now, as of now, it's quite calm.
Yeah, but managing to at least punch back, X-Name manages to get points on the board, managing to get down to 74 before that member on the right side, I believe Kentoro, the captain of Radiant Team Biscuits, at least manages to stall the zone a little bit. Tri-strikes go out as well, which will force X-Name back and will force penalty points on them. The triple splashdown not finding too much value there, and ink strikes just going back and forth between both these teams, flipping the zones. Now Radiant Team Biscuits have the zone, but it is heavily contested in mid here.
Yeah, but obviously with only 2 members actually staying to defend in X-Name, Radiant Team Biscuits managed to find their way into essentially X-Name's base. But with the zip caster being popped now, we might be seeing some contesting for the zone. Obviously, however, wipeout just there. Even just pure playing. Azuka being popped now, and yeah.
Yeah, just back and forth. Radiant Team Biscuits managing to find a second wipeout here, and this might be the equalizing factor of it, and which might cause them to actually get a knockout here if X-Name can't get onto the point. The tri-strikes come in way too late, unfortunately, but Radiant Team Biscuits will manage to, not Radiant Team Biscuits. Yeah, Radiant Team Biscuits will actually manage to take game 1. I'm sorry, I got a little confused because the zone looked like X-Name were able to take it, but...
Yeah, as you said, the structure a bit delayed. But obviously, that did mean that they took the zone after the match had ended, which was that can sort of jolt how you can perceive who won the match. Going into game 2, we've got Hagglefish Market. What are your thoughts on this map?
I just want to touch on a little bit at the end of that match before I get into Hagglefish Market. Yeah, those tri-strikes were just a half of a second off, unfortunately, for Xname. If they were just able to get it a fraction of a second more, we could have looked at a different set, but I'd touch on that just to say that both these teams are pretty evenly matched in that they were going back and forward. But shifting over back to your question, Axo, Hagglefish Market, I think just the default. I wouldn't say default in terms of like kind of as an insult to it, but kind of just like this is where you show your skills as a team. Hagglefish Zones is the classic Splatoon competitive map when you first think of it, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, obviously this map very interesting because I see why you say default. You know, you've got the main zone and then you've got two ways to get around to the other team's base. Here we could be seeing some strikes. I am thinking we will see that pencil again, maybe one on the other team, but you know, very interesting and also excited to see how this next match will play out and see if Xname will manage to find their way through and contest this set.
Yeah, you mentioned pencil on this map. Now, we always see like some more frontline weapons get all the flashy plays and stuff, and we may think that, oh, they're like the leading factor to it. But as well, anchors and backline players also deserve some love as well, because they are the key to the backbone of the team. They're just able to create that space, especially the pencil having that range, that painting ability, which is always important on zones, and just being able to post up in a position where the enemy finds it hard to contest you is going to be key to this as we take a look at these weapon comps to see if anything changes between the two. We see a Dynamo Roller being pulled out. Hello for Xname. Always love to see some Dynamo gameplay here.
Yeah, obviously with the Dynamo being pulled out, that means new tactical is very good painting ability. Obviously, we see the Dynamo having lots of main saver. I can see why that is. It is a very ink-hungry weapon, so you do want to make sure you have a good amount of ink. Obviously, remember Radiant Team Biscuits just trying to see if they can contest their base, but sadly going down whilst doing so. Tactical being popped down for Team Biscuits, but they also have the zone. Going into the 60s here, we can see them trying to push and keep Xname into their base, but just one of them just keeps trying to push through. A wave breaker also being popped here, but only one member of Xname just being managing to stay alive, I guess, with the strikes ready.
Yeah, Xname unable to find really a crack in Radiant Team Biscuits defense here. Nearing the 20 port mark, this could mark the end of the set if the ink strikes don't quite find their mark. Painting the zone, Radiant Team Biscuits managed to hold on to the zone ever so slightly, losing 2 members in that scrum, but the pencil is still remaining there. Spoon on the pencil continues to keep the zone for their team, and that will be game 2 for Radiant Team Biscuits, which will take the set. I mentioned at the beginning of this, the pencil could be key in this, and Spoon just proves and shows us all why anchors are key to this.
Yeah, obviously, that's an amazing game, especially with Radiant Team Biscuits aggro plays. They're obviously managing just to hold Xname out, and then just slowly but surely, because, you know, you can't actually control the zone count. I know, right? But, you know, it's very good that they can manage to keep them out through these entire sets and the match in total. So yeah.
Yeah, what a set. Radiant Team Biscuits just were able to hold off Xname's push and hold their zone strong, as Xname were just trying to poke at the defense of Radiant Team Biscuits, trying to find an area of weakness, but just couldn't find an opportunity to strike, and due to that strong defense, they will sweep this set. But shifting over from this, we will be right back for brackets right here soon, so don't you go anywhere. We will be right back after a quick break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in brackets now. Quarterfinals, our first round of gold bracket. We have Prochara Come Save Us, which I think is a hilarious name, versus Inkception here.
Yeah, obviously very entering the quarterfinals with the Splat zone. I'm not sure what map we're going to do, but for the record, these teams have had a very good run as a whole during the Swiss stage, going 4-1, I believe. Yeah, both teams going 4-1 in the Swiss round, so this set will be very interesting to see who comes out on top and enters the semis.
Yeah, for sure. Both these teams have crawled their way out of groups, and now it is do or die time. A loss now will mean you're out of brackets, out of the tournament. So these teams are going to bring their A game. We see here, we see I believe that's a paintbrush and a bamboozler on the other side. Quite interesting comps, if I don't say, Axo.
Yeah, I would say this becomes very interesting with Prochara Come Save Us running Paintbrush, Nautilus 79 and the Vanilla 10s, and then obviously Exception running that Bamboozler. However, Bamboozler is very good. Whilst I was talking, I'm sorry, but that was just a wipe from Prochara Come Save Us, so that was probably the fastest first wipeout I've seen. Obviously now going, Prochara just trying to keep them out of the zone, but they might end up failing. Zuka being hot now, and you know, Count just being going to the 50s.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Prochara Come Save Us's comp, not quite a mouthful there, but they seem to have weapons that work really well with Tent as well. Just having that giant shield out and having any of their players really pushing behind as with that Tent, which was key to them getting that initial wipeout, and I think that's why they're doing it. We see the vac coming out from the Tent, just being able to create so much space for their team to come in, and look at how far back Inception is pushed. They are still very much into their spawn, and Prochara just going down in the points now, nearing the 35-point mark. This is deadly for Inception if they can't muster a counter here.
Yeah, obviously, this push as a whole, very aggressive. Inception just trying to hold onto their base as a map as a whole. Entering the final 10 points, I think that Prochara needs to take this win. And I think they're about to do it, and they do. Very good, very nice, quick opening match, but Inkception just couldn't find their way into, well, the zone as a whole, because they just couldn't take control of it that much.
And that's really in no fault of their own. Just Prochara Come Save Us's weapon comp there was just so oppressive that they couldn't find any space. The comp from Prochara just was centered around just creating so much space for them to work with and pushing Inception so far back and keeping up the pressure that Inception just couldn't find an opening despite their specials going out. I mean, there were moments when the specials came out that they were able to at least make it to the zone, but not much else there. So Inkception might have to go back to the drawing board here to see if they could come back with a different weapon comp. But they're here for a reason, so I wouldn't take them lightly.
Yeah, and now going back into Umami Roads, we've touched on this map before. Well, double zone map, you know, small zones, we really don't need to go back into it. But with the comps, it'll be very interesting to see how Prochara's comp will work on this map. See if they switch it up, and obviously Inkception if they'll switch their comp up, and see how they'll play on this map as well. Inkception obviously needs to take this win in order to go into that final bit of the quarterfinals to see if they can push through into the semis.
Yeah, Prochara just one game away from taking this and moving on to semis. And you mentioned their weapon comp. I don't think Prochara has any reason to switch up their weapon comp. Obviously, it works so well there, but they might have another ace up their sleeve. But honestly, if I were them, that weapon comp works so well with having that tent being the forefront of all of their pushes that it's just so difficult to deal with, and Inkception might have to just think of find a weapon comp with specials that may dislodge that tent, maybe something like a triple ink strike.
Yeah, triple ink strike works very well against 10 because obviously they can throw it behind the 10. Also, if they use 10, they have to use something that goes really well with it. And obviously, they could also use the other variant of 10, which is the Tensorella, I think. That one has Mine and Zuka, and we all know how powerful Zuka is. So now, going into this match, I hope very soon we'll be able to have a look at the comps of these teams. So, yeah.
But yeah, I just want to appreciate just like thinking about it a little bit more. The Tensorella on Umami Ruins could just deny an entire zone from these two teams, because you touched on it earlier when we were looking at this map. The zones are pretty small, so and the Tensorella can pretty much cover the entire width of it. And as we see with the weapons, we actually see a junior being pulled out on the side, on that side, and on the other we see a vanilla Splatana being pulled out. So Stamp being pulled out, I guess, as a counter for the Tensorella, which I think is a good choice. But off the rip, already 3 members down for the side of Inkception. Already a great push and wipeout as I'm speaking. I can't even get out my words. Prochara already with a wipeout in a great position already.
Yeah, that Inkception obviously just trying to keep a defensive line, but the Tensorella, no, never mind. Wipeout, as I was just speaking about, Prochara just trying to, hold up their base, but now Inkception finding a way into the zone and trying to start their push. Really, the strikes are ready as now, but I'm really actually Inkception trying to hold on to the zones. Entering the 70s.
Yeah, and it's just left for this paintbrush, and they will be hunted down by members of Inkception. It is a delayed wipeout, and now what we looked at earlier was looking very dangerous for Inkception. They are now marching back in kind, already taking down 3 members of Prochara. Look at this, they are not taking that Game 1 loss lightly. They are coming back with a vengeance, saying, hey, we are still fighting, we are still here, we are not going to take it lightly. But as I mentioned this, they just still an all-out brawl in mid. Inkception seemed to at least maintain the hold of it, as we see the paintbrush on the side of Prochara just being a nuisance on the top of your screen right there, still managing to take a fight. We'll get a trade on that, however, as members begin to fall from both sides continuously, so does the point total for Inkception. It is just this Tensorella left in the middle for Prochara, and actually, off the back of that little skirmish there, Prochara will at least manage to take back the zone, but look at the point total for Inkception off of that push.
Yeah, that's a whole 50-point difference. And also, if you include that penalties, Prochara will have to hold mid for a good long time. Paintbrush going down as we were just speaking. Prochara just can't seem to find their way to keep Inkception in their base. Inkception retaking the zone and hoping to clear this 66-point penalty. There's a vac that just was popped, and I'm not sure what Inkception will do to see if they can counter anything that Joel will just try and do. You see 10 here, trying to just contest the zone, but going down as a whole.
Yeah, unfortunately, not able to find much value off of that push, and I feel like that is going to be their key if they want to get back into it. Prochara needs to play around this Tensorella, and we see the paintbrush also doing some damage in mid here, however, quickly taken down in kind. The bomb, unfortunately, catching that bucket on the side of Inkception, and each team still has a zone. The jumps are coming in. Unfortunately, they're going to get camped. V managing to be the benefactor of that skirmish, and with 3 members down, Prochara now have to reset again for another push. However, V continuing to move on with this push, going in, trying to get in with the stamp, however, will find no value, quickly shut down, and Inkception still gnawing away at their penalty.
Yeah, obviously, a really big penalty. They've got a long way to hold mid, but obviously right now, you can see Prochara slowly taking back the zone. The Zap just trying to find a way around it, ultimately failing in the process. Prochara trying to hold the base, but Inkception obviously can't seem to find a way into mid. The strikes are ready, so I'm not sure when they'll pop that. Paintbrush just going down the Tenta bird, jumping back, trying to get a kill, but popping the vac in the process.
Yeah, but actually, if you look at it, be careful, because Prochara is nearing Inkception's point total here, nearing, like, I believe 8 ticks left. If Prochara manages to get the zone, which they will, they could potentially flip the lead here late, and oh, beautiful double kill there from the Paintbrush to help secure it. They have taken the lead, and with 10 seconds, a triple now. It's gonna be a 4K for this Paintbrush, and that will just about do it near the end of that. Prochara, come save us, will take the quarterfinals, and what a play at the end there.
That was definitely another one of them zones matches where one team thinks they have the lead, but then another team just storms in, takes it from them. We saw that earlier in round 5, I think it was. No, we did see that in one dime, and that will secure the quarterfinals of Prochara going save us. And then they will be seeing in the semi-finals. They will be awaiting their opponents for that. That ultimately sums up this round of the quarterfinals. So you'll be seeing new commentators after this break. We'll be seeing Jude and Topic, and yeah, we hope you enjoyed this section of Minnow Cup, and we will see you next time.
Wait, hold on. What match are we? Welcome everyone to Minnow Cup Splat Zones edition as we are here with our semifinals matchup. I am Topic, I am joined by Inkere, and right now we have Xiphias versus Fierce Supplies. And Inkere, how you doing today?
Commentating. So here, Xiphias against Fierce Supplies. We're going right into the game. Teams didn't hesitate to launch it right here, right now. So yeah, let's go. We will have Xiphias in yellow and Fierce Supplies in blue. Can you tell me a bit about the comps, please?
From Xiphias, a double blaster comp, very interesting, especially for Splat Zones. But I do see the idea with the S Blast, since that does have the Booyah Bomb in the Splash or Burst Bomb for just a lot of area denial. And then on the side of Fierce Supplies, a very short range comp, other than the Jet approach here with that Inkback, try to push their way in. As right now, Fierce Supply doesn't get a good hold here, down to 89, but unfortunately there is going to be a DC on the side of Xiphias. So I believe they got there just in time to finish the game. They stopped playing, so that is going to be a reset. Unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate. They were starting pretty strong though, so yeah, it's a bit sad for them. But I mean, DCs happen. That's why I always recommend people to secure the connection with a LAN adapter. But yeah, we will jump right back into the game as soon as we got all the players. But let's take a quick look at the map list. So we are in Minnow Cup Splat Zone edition. So for people who just come to the stream and don't know Minnow Cup, it's a tournament series happening once every month, and once every month we change mode, so it's a one mode tournament. So today we play only Splat Zone, but next time will be, I don't know, maybe only Rainmaker, maybe only Clan Blitz. That's how it works. And so we are right now in the semifinals. The maps are Robo Ramen, Mahi Mahi Resort, and Menta Maria. So very different maps. Robo Ramen is very flat, and you have a lot of control about what happens in that zone. Mahi Mahi is very restrained, like the mid has all those blocks that you can move around, etc. And Menta Maria is a double zone, which aren't very, like, you don't have a lot of double zone in Splatoon 3.
Yeah, double zones are very rare indeed, and I think Manta Maria is less of an extreme example, since they are basically like right next to each other, only separated by that pole, unless it's something like umami zones where you have like a very significant divide between them. But yeah, there's not a lot. Well, yes, technically it's a 2-zone map. I like to treat this as a one just really big zone, like on Lemuria Hub. Lemuria Hub's actually a 2-zone map, never mind. But yeah, going back to game number 1, Robo Ramen. I like Robo Ramen on Splat Zone specifically, even though Splat Zones is not my favorite mode. I think it's kind of one of the worst mode competitive wise, but I think this map works because you have a lot of very different entryways. You can go on that far left side, you can go straight through mid, you can go on that far right flank. So I think that this map just kind of, how do I say, it kind of makes you have to look both ways before committing.
Yeah, exactly. Just to make sure everyone knows, we just had a little problem, so the room disconnected. So it will take a bit of time to recreate and have everyone come back. But yeah, just to make sure everyone knows. And Robo Ramen, as I said, pretty flat map, very open. So a lot of things can happen here. It's a great map for long range weapon. I see a lot of splatlings. I see sometimes a lot of pencils and a lot of crabs also. It's a very good map, very good crab map.
Yeah, and I think, well, what we just saw in our little snippet from the first game, Fierce Supplies went with a very unconventional pick with the Vanilla Jet Squelcher because the VAC is so strong, especially in that low corridor, because most teams know that's the main way you're going to be attacked from. So having just a special that can just kind of shut that down and make sure that you're forced to move, that kind of allows the team pushing to kind of take space really, really easily.
Exactly. Also, do you remember about the comps we've just seen?
Yes. Xiphias ran a double blaster with an S blast and a custom blaster, a tri nouveau and a well string nouveau. I believe it was nouveau. And then Fierce Supplies ran NZAP, V shot, ink brush, and jet squelcher. V jet squelcher.
Okay, so very close range weapons except for the wellstring and the jet squelcher. Like even wellstring can be isn't considered like a long range weapon. It's more of a midline, but it takes a lot of space. Like you have a wellstring against you. You know you won't be able to move as much as you want because like there's just 5 little bombs waiting for you if you try to move in the zone. So yeah, very hard weapon to deal with, but at the same time, since it doesn't have a lot of range, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, because I think Wellstring does kind of get bullied a little bit by Jet Squelcher since Jet Squelcher can't outrange it. But if Jet Squelcher ever walks a little bit too far forward, or any long range weapon walks a little bit too far forward, I think we can all attest to the fact that Wellstring will paint your feet in an instant, making it very, very hard to move around.
Yeah.
So I think the game plan for Xiphias, if they do keep the same comp, is to kind of work around that Wellstring and kind of fight inside those little shots that the Wellstring produces, since that A provides some chip damage, as Wellstring does a surprisingly amount of damage and covers a surprising amount of zone or amount of area, and 2, it just provides a lot of opportunity for movement. It just allows teams or any weapon, any short range weapon, to fight much better, knowing that, hey, if I manage to get like 70 damage on, the Wellstring right behind me can just finish off the kill.
Yeah, sorry, I was just fixing the teams. We're going to get right back into it. Teams are currently in preparation, choosing their weapons, even though they shouldn't take much time, because when rematching, you don't get to change your weapons. You have to keep the same exact composition. So we'll get right back into it. It's battle time. We're going live for again a game 1 on Robo-ROM and Splat Zone.
Yeah, let's see if the internet connection is a little bit more stable this time, as we see no changes out from Xiphias and no changes out for Fierce Supplies. And let's see how both of these teams opened last time. For Fierce Supplies, the Jet Squelcher built up a really, really quick back and used that to get in. Let's see if Xiphias can respond to that by either fighting a lot earlier or just backing off. Looks like they're deciding to back off instead and give a little bit of space to that to Fierce Supplies.
Yeah, for the moment, Fierce Supplies have the zone. They're going right in, already 20 points in. Take a lot of space. We get the vacuum here with the Jet Squelcher, but be careful to that splashdown, taking 2 amazing kills. That's a -3, and that's almost a -4, because the last player had to jump off. And it's already a big play by Xiphias here, allowing them to take some space, take maybe the lead. No, it's cancelled by Fierce Supplies, but it's still going right in.
Yeah, and that's the one thing you have to watch out for on this map. This is one of the very few maps in the game that has actual flank rounds. As we do see another splash on trying to cancel the vac, it's not gonna work. Arkham barely able to survive there and get a kill with the vac itself. But right now, it's very, very scrappy in the middle of zone. Looks like Fierce Supplies will come out on top for right now. As we do see Happy here getting the jump as well, and that might help Fierce Supplies get a little bit more going as. Happy just goes crazy, getting a quad with the brush, giving a lot of space for their team to push up, and that's another 2 down for Xiphias. If they don't get out of this quickly, this might be a really easy knockout.
Yep, especially given the fact that Xiphias won every single one of the matches in the Swiss phase. They dropped only one game, and so seeing them in difficulty like this, I wasn't expecting that. But for the one Fierce Supplies are holding on to the zone, they keep painting it and they keep making kills. They're already -2. Players are respawning and getting killed pretty much instantly on Xiphias' side.
Yeah, with about 10 ticks left, this might be it for Xiphias. Has to try to go for his own here. The Booyah Bomb's gonna be popped. The Wellspring painting the zone. That's 2 down for Fierce Supplies, but they hold on just long enough. Xiphias gets the kills a little bit too late, and Fierce Supplies will take a very dominant game 1. Even though it was kind of even throughout the beginning parts, maybe the first like minute and a half. Fierce Supplies just got Xiphias into this cycle of just going in and feeding. If you looked at the game, there were very, very limited times that Xiphias was all 4 up and they had all the specials able to push. So I think what Xiphias needs to work on, especially for this next game, is knowing not to start that feeding cycle, because once that starts, it's very, very hard to get out of.
Yeah, especially with what's coming, Mahi Resort. I was about to say Ruins, but different map. But yeah, Mahi Resort, this is a completely different map, as we said earlier. A lot of blocks, you have to move around a lot. The mid is very obstructed by a lot of things, so this time close range weapons will be very interesting. But you still have some spots for long range.
Yeah, and I think this map does favor a lot of close range weapons, more towards Fierce Supplies comp. Or no, more towards Xiphias comp, since they do have those blasters that can shoot over those ledges, can shoot over those obstacles, and make it very, very hard for Fierce Supplies to try to shark around and sneak around. But the problem is they're gonna have to deal with the long range weapon, whether they stick with the Jess Clutcher, whether they switch off, maybe to a Splatling, maybe to a Charger. They're gonna have to deal with that with some way, shape, or form. Yes, they did do that in the first game with these splashdown flanks that did work, I believe, twice. But since this map, you can't really flank on this map. It's gonna be a lot harder for them to try to get something going if they don't just use a special, like a long range special like a Zuka, like a strike, kind of disposition their long range player.
And they do have a Zuka on the side of Fierce Supplies with a V-shot, and we keep the Wellspring for Xiphias here going on its top, and still again the Jet Squad are pretty much the same comps, except we now have the Range Blaster on Xiphias' side.
Yeah, we see a Range Blaster and a 52 from Xiphias, a much more fighting comp. Try to use the range of the Range Blaster and the 52, just one shot, 2-shot kill to try to get something going. Looks like that is gonna work out in their favor, getting 2 down. We see 2 of Xiphias fighting in zone. Unfortunately, the Charge Slasher goes to go down to a random bomb. Happy gets a kill on the flank with the Range Blaster, and just like that, Fierce Supply is gonna take the lead. But Xiphias' comp makes it very, very hard for Fierce Supplies to push up with the wall from the 52. With just the range of the range blaster, is gonna be really, really hard. But it looks like their Fierce Supplies is managing to do that, getting 2 down and going 2 for 2.
2 for 2, and the lead is still for Fierce Supplies, and they're going right in. The penalty is over now. The points are starting to go down, but Xiphias are here to take back the zone, give them another penalty. The Inkbound here with Vapi is a bit alone against 2 people. It's making its way out, but it's still hard. Be careful here of this range blaster. There's -3 Minus
Ooh,
3.
that's 3 down.
Sluggy is here with the well string on the back, and it's a full wipe. Delayed.
This is Fierce or Xiphias' chance to get something going. They are going to take a very easy lead here. However, it's just about how they respond to Fierce Supplies' use of specials. They do have 3 of them at the ready, excluding that cooler. So this could be a very, very good push with the Zuka, with the Whale, with the Vac to get them in. Looks like they're going to pop all 3 of them in order to do that. We do see the Whale coming out, the Vac coming out, getting 1, getting 2. The Whale in response is not going to get anyone down, and just like that, Fierce Supplies take a really easy zone, getting to 3 down all in total.
Yep,
so
3
even
down.
though they had to use...
Yep, and the
even though they had
wipeout
to
was very well found here on the well string, and so everyone needs to respawn on Xiphias' side, and it's pretty hard. You have here the range blaster pulling out a good kill, pulling out the Kraken, taking the kill on the fish shot, and going to chase here for the Jet Squelcher. Jet Squelcher already on its Splat, in a safe spot. The vacuum is ready. Now it's time to meet with its teammates and go back to work.
Yeah, and that range blaster already doing damage, seeing why it's such a good pick on Mahi zones, is being able to shoot up to Plat as they get another one down, pushing back all of Fierce Supplies. And now with 2 specials at the ready, this may be Fierce Supplies' chance to try to force their way in. The Zuka shoots 1, shoots 2, looks like not able to find any picks. This 3rd shot goes to waste. The Whale is coming out for Fierce Supplies, and another DC from Xiphias. Unfortunately, it is too late for a replay, so it looks like Fierce Supplies can just overwhelm them with pure numbers, unless Xiphias can try to hold on here. Looks like they're going to try to do that, go for a lot of fights, and they're holding on to zone, getting 2 down. Great job by the 52 there to keep their team in this.
They keep the team in this, and they may be going for a KO with a disconnection. Amazing work by Xiphias on the end of that game here, pulling out the KO while being down 1 player.
Yeah, I think Fierce Supplies just got a little bit overconfident, seeing that they had an overall main advantage. They decided to just go win all willy-nilly, and it backfired on them, as now Xiphias is going to force a game number 3. Let's see if they can bring this back, and hopefully without any DCs.
Yeah, without any DCs, as you just said. And we're going into the Manta Maria, a beautiful ship. But we're not going on a cruise, we're again going to Splat Zone, and this time it's to decide who goes to final.
Yeah, and what a map to decide, because I think Manta Maria, even though it is unchanged from Splatoon 2, or for the most part, is actually still one of the better maps in the game. It's very wide open, so you're gonna have to watch those bunker flanks, especially early on, and with Fierce Supplies having a brush player. And everyone knows brush players like to play rat-like, so they're gonna flank around all the time. So they're gonna have to watch bunker. It's just very, very spread out, is the best way I could describe it, since it takes a while to go from one side of one plat to the other plat. So I think it's just about which team can take the most space possible, which team can control the enemy bunker as long as possible.
Yeah, exactly, especially with the flanks, as you said. And also you have a lot of good positioning to settle up and keep the zone. You have the grid on top, you have the side platforms. Everything is here. Everything in this map is here to keep control. But yeah, you can get annoyed pretty easily with some bunker flanks.
Mm.
And
yeah,
also it's a very great map for close range fights. Even though you have space, you can get surprised pretty easily by a special like a hammer or something like this.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, close range weapons or short range weapons do kind of thrive on this map. But if there's one thing you need to look out for if you're gonna start your own push and start advancing into the enemy street, into their bunker, you gotta watch out for that far left or that far right side, because a lot of teams will send their long range weapon plus one other to try to overwhelm and distract. Heck, maybe even they'll send just a brush player to just kind of go over there and distract and get as much attention posted to them as possible. As we do see a Dynamo coming out for Xiphias, the Chumps Dynamo. So that's gonna be a lot of paint just being thrown around, and very little changes for your supplies. Only changing the Bazooka for the Tri-Strikes.
Yeah, you were talking about the Dynamo. It's really not the first one. We're seeing one in this tournament. I think it's like the third or fourth Dynamo we're seeing here. And it's already making good progress. No, it stopped right here by the Tri-Slosher. Tri-Slosher rushing in on the zone. Careful of that Wellspring here on the top. Making some good work, making some good pain. And for now, it's all down to Xiphias.
Yeah, Xiphias will take control for now, but not for long, as Spear Supply is going to get a 2 down almost immediately after you said that. A little bit of a commentator's curse at the moment. Looks like Sluggy here is forced to back off from the Tri-Slosher. Unfortunately, they will get picked off and go 1 for 1 here, but now Fear Supplies has an opportunity to hold on for as long as possible, since they do have their Jet Sculpture in a very, very good spot, because it's very, very hard to get a long-range weapon off of those crates if you don't have at least 2 people shooting at them.
Yeah, and for the moment, like, it's not even the Jet Sculpture causing problems to Xiphias. Like, you have the Tri-Slosher and the brush here on the left side. But be careful of that gal, making some good work here, trying to paint, pulling out the Killer Whale. But for the moment, it's pretty close for them. First Supplies are bringing fear into Xiphias' lineup. They aren't making any progress here, and Xiphias are completely locked in their spawn.
Yeah, as Xiphias goes another 3 down. Fear Supplies is holding on for dear life. They're doing what they did the first team. They're getting Xiphias in that cycle of feeding. They're making sure that they're all going down to 52, trying to go for a solo hero play. It's not gonna work, and just like that, Fear Supplies holds on and will make it to grand finals. What a really good last game from them.
Yeah, that was like, they didn't let Xiphias touch the zone for more, like, I guess 15 points. Like, Xiphias had the zone for 15 points in the beginning, but Fear Supplies came back and said, no, it's our game, it's our set, we're going to grand finals. And I mean, they did it very good.
Yeah, very, very efficiently. I think what Fear Supplies really did well was getting Xiphias into that staggered position, getting them to a point where they felt like they had to rush in, they had to go for his own, when really, if they just, worked together and not run in 1 by 1, it would have been a much more successful opportunity or chance to take back the zones.
Yep, exactly. And now that this semi-final is over, we're gonna take a short break and come back even stronger for a BO5. BO5 that will be the grand final of Minnow Cup Splat Zone Edition with First Supplies. And for the moment, we don't know who will be facing them in grand finals. We'll see you in a few minutes.
you want to open?
And we're back for the grand final. Welcome again, everyone. I'm Inkchewy, and I am joined by Topic for the grand final level. The First Supplies and the Hybrid Family battling each other again in that zone. How are you feeling this grand final?
You know, I'm feeling pretty well. Last set we saw Fierce Supplies do a pretty dominant job over Xiphias. Let's see if they're able to keep that up and win. Though I do believe Hybrid Family will provide a bit more resistance.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see how it goes. But we're going to jump right into the game as everyone seems to be ready here. I don't even know what map is it. It's Hagglefish Market. Very open zone again with some good flanks. I mean, it's a very basic map that works wonderfully well in Splat Zone.
Yeah, as we are gonna see a little bit of changes for Fierce Supplies, going with the decav instead of the ink brush. A bit more of a fighting weapon, though it can play a bit defensive with the Splat Bomb and the bubble. And it's on the side of the Hybrid Family, a very, very aggressive comp with a 52 in Octobrush and a Splash. So they're gonna want to fight. Looks like they're gonna do a pretty good job of that, getting 2 down on Fierce Supplies. Unfortunately, they are gonna go 3 down here as Fierce Supplies are gonna respond rather quickly.
Respond very quickly, but yeah, for the moment, Fierce Supplies have the zone, have the lead. They came back very well and took some very good kills. Be careful here with the Zipcaster getting punished by the decav. Decav rushing in, taking maybe some good kills here on the right side. Kiro with the crab ready, going to pull it off maybe here on the top left. It's waiting, but as we speak, Fierce Supplies already got past the 50-point mark.
Yeah, Fierce Supplies with a really strong hold here. However, that is going to be threatened by Hybrid Family as they are going to start a little bit of a push going. That's 1 down. That's 2 down. No Zipcaster for that Octobrush. And Fierce Supplies with a very strong hold. Very, very good job here of just finding where enemies are and just getting those kills. Unfortunately for them, the Crab's going to get out, get a pick, maybe go for 2. There's a Zipcaster. Hybrid Family using 3 specials to try to get something going, and they are going to be able to get zoned.
They stick to zone and maybe a bit of time to breathe now for the Hybrid Family, but they need to get right back in it. Already the Trizuka making some good kills. The Bubbler here to secure a bit of the zone. Decav taking the zone, and now they're all locked on the right side. The Gal alone and its teammate coming right back in it here on the front line. But for the moment it's really hard, and Fierce Supplies hold on to the objective.
Yeah, Fierce Supplies is playing some really good keep away for the most part. They've been keeping away mainly this Zipcaster, because every time that Hybrid Family has popped a Zipcaster, they've tried to go and get a kill. It has not worked in their favor. It looks like right now Fierce Supplies using the wall of the 52 against them, getting a pick with that as the back is going to come out protecting their teammates, and Fierce Supplies with a really, really strong hold. However, Hybrid Family is still not going away, and
again, that
stop
bomb.
using the wall. Those walls are Hybrid Family's worst enemy, as that's 2 down. And with about 10 ticks left, this may be it. This is their last chance. The brush has to go for the zone. It is going to work. And just like that, Hybrid Family with a wipeout is going to hold on at the last moment.
At the last moment, it was 2 ticks left, and already the brush working in with the Zipcaster, but again getting punished by Arkham and its Jet Squelcher. Be careful here, the Crab is there to hold them back. Already 50 points left. It's time for Fierce Supplies to get right back into it if they want to win that game. The Vacuum will do a great work here to stop the zone, but it's already taken back by the Hybrid Family that hold on to the position. Zulka taking 1 good kill, but it's not enough for the moment. Teammates are responding. 20 points left. Maybe time to take back the zone. Fierce Supplies. Yeah, they got it, but be careful. The Crab is here, and yeah, it's still very close game for the moment.
Yeah, and when we talk about pushing for Fierce Supplies, the one thing I can't say about their comp is that they don't really have that aggressive. Well, they have one aggressive special, being that that Zuka, so they can really force their way in with that. But other than that, they have a lot of supportive specials with the cooler, with the bubble, with the vac, which is can't be considered aggressive or supportive depending on what weapon you use it. But since it's Jets culture, it is very supportive. So they're gonna have to make really, really good work of finding those individual picks instead of just relying on the Zuka player. Since if Zuka misses one or two of those shots, there's not a whole lot they can do to kind of force their way in.
But I mean, for the moment, they are finding those individual kills very well. And again, this vacuum, I mean, the vacuum isn't really effective in taking the zone and being aggressive. But once they got the zone, it's amazing to extend the advantage and keep the hybrid family off of this objective.
Yeah, it looks like that didn't work out in their favor, as without 15 seconds left and about 50 ticks left, this might be Fierce Supplies' last opportunity to get something going. That's a really good start getting rid of the Octobrush. However, with here we are going into overtime. Fierce Supplies need to build up their specials at the moment. Looks like the Vac's at the ready, popping Vac, try to neutralize that crab. It is gonna work, forcing the crab in the ball form. There's the Zuka.
That will stop it.
It's all out pandemonium, and Fierce Supplies will take away the zone from a hybrid family.
That was an instant cap.
Okay, you know what? We need a new commentator. Too many puns. Too many puns.
Too many puns? What do you mean?
Too many puns.
And very good work here for Fierce Supplies. They secured like a big part of the game, but I mean, they were like it was the hybrid family who brought fear to them. Almost coming back into the game, almost taking the KO, almost taking back the objective, taking back the advantage. But Fierce Supplies, in like the last seconds, they got back. They used their specials in the right time. And you were saying they didn't have a lot of aggressive specials, but I mean, even if they have a lot of supportive specials, they use it so well that they can be aggressive with them and just taking these individual kills with their main.
Yeah, and I think what happened in that game is that the crab from Hybrid Family kind of filled up that vac and just made it a really, really large explosion, which kind of, and with the help of the Zuka, just kind of almost instantly capped zone for Fierce Supplies. But enough of game number one. Let's see if they will be able to continue this little momentum streak as we go into our next one, Umami Ruins.
Umami Ruins, and we were talking about Benta Maria having like a double zone, but it was almost like a one zone only. Umami Ruins is the complete opposite. The two zones are very distinguished one from another, because you have that big block right in the middle, stopping everyone from moving. So yes, you just have to get around or just get on the top of it if you need to make the difference.
Yeah, it looks like both of these teams, what really comes down to in this map specifically is how well can they take control of that top mid, as we do see Fierce Supplies going back to the brush. So a bit more of a sneakier weapon, as we do see Hybrid Family going for this right side zone, try to just contest it. What a lot of teams like to do is like to take their zone first and then try to work towards top mid towards the other zone. Looks like Fierce Supplies can do that in spades, getting two down with the whale, but a really fast cap from them.
Very fast cap and already making a bit of work. They're not getting for the moment any significant kills, but they get the control, or maybe not. They lost control because of the Hybrid Family making good point here on the right side. We got the Gal facing the brush, losing that duel, but the left zone has been capped. It's the brush versus the Splat. It's won by the Hybrid Family, but for the moment, this Splat is a bit alone there. They're taking the zone back, the crab is ready, the specials are ready on one side, but not on Fierce Supplies.
Yeah, I just want to point out for Hybrid Family, the Splash kind of won a 1v3 or 1v2 or 3 there, just staying alive against the brush, against the shot, being able to just stay alive and just give jumps to their team. Looks like it's gonna work out in their favor as Hybrid Family will cap the zone and take the lead here with only 3 ticks remaining. There it is, but Fierce Supplies is already responding with the VAC just completely taking over and neutralizing one of the zones.
Yeah, Vac making a really good point here, and the T-Jet is, like, the V-Jet is continuing to make some good kills here. On the left, maybe, it was taken care of by its teammate, and the Zuka already there making some big holes in the Hybrid Family's defense. The lead has been taken back, and we're approaching the 50 points.
Yeah, about 60 points remaining for Fierce Supplies. There's a crab coming up from Hybrid Family, try to cause a little bit of pressure there, but the VAC shot will just distract them long enough to make them use ball form. But that's not going to work out a lot in their favor, as Fierce Supplies only has 1 member left, being the Zap. They are going to be flanked by another person, but unfortunately for them, the brush is there to help as backup, but Hybrid Family is keeping this aggression up. They're not allowing Fierce Supplies to stay all together. They're trying to divide and conquer, which is what you need to do if you really want to get a good hold here, as there's another crab coming out from Hybrid Family and taking the zone.
Yeah, but I mean, we have a good flank here with the Zap making some good diversion, jumping out in the void. Good control here by the Hybrid Family, but I don't think Fierce Supplies will let them take that lead. They have the Zuka going, they have the Vacuum going, making some good paints in the zone, already taking the control, already taking some good kills, but it's a 2v2 situation here.
Yeah, 2v2. Looks like depends. It's like both teams are fighting over it, and Fierce Supplies both force Hybrid Family away, but they haven't taken control of this silo area, which is very, very important. Since you can kind of just look over all of the right side zone and over mid. So if you get control of the enemy silo, it becomes really, really hard for them to push out. As Fierce Supplies is going to go another one down, and Hybrid Family is going to try to push that thing going with the cooler at the ready. Here they go. Their offensive is going to work. Never mind. As Fierce Supplies is going to stand strong, get 2 down, and still force Hybrid Family back and eat through their penalty.
Eat through the penalty. Be careful here. Maybe the Deepcaster can make some work. No, I got the commentator cursed again, and we're approaching the 10 points. 10 ticks left for the win of Fierce Supplies, getting 1 game away from the win, but maybe the loss of control here can be decisive. No, Vacuum was making a good work to repaint the zone, and Fierce Supplies getting that game too, and again getting 1 game away from taking the whole tournament.
Yeah, Hybrid Family tried to do what they did last game and try to extend the game a little bit further, but unfortunately for them, Arkham just had the VAC at the ready and just shot it whenever they tried to neutralize it. So yeah, like you said, Fierce Supplies is 1 game away from winning this, and with how strong they're looking, I wouldn't be surprised if they swept.
Maybe they will sweep, but I mean, that map that we're coming to is very different from what we've seen. It's ship shape. So, I don't think I've ever seen a map that close on the middle, especially in Splat Zone. Like, the zone is in a big drop down, and you have those big tops, like almost a bridge on the top of it. So, there's a lot of special plays that only exist in ship shape.
Yeah, and I think what really happens on ship shape is both teams try to fight over that bridge. Because if you have that bridge area, you have a very clear line of sight into the enemy court. So what both teams really need to focus on here is making sure you get both sides of the bridge, both the right and the left side. Because if that happens, you basically kind of can see wherever the enemy goes, since right under that bridge or right under the left side bridge, you can see the enemies drop. So anyone that tries to sneak up on you, yes, you will have to watch out, since the wall is not visible. It's very easy for you to shoot at them and at least deter them away from coming up to you. Also, from the pit or from the court area, you can just something like Azuka, something like Strikes, or something that can just force them back into this little corridor. This little corridor back into their spawn will really help.
Yeah, and we're going right into game 3, it can be decisive. And I think that they will have a great advantage, Field Supplies, because they have a vacuum. Vacuum is especially important on that map because everything is close. So every shot will like come to you if you place it well. But we do have a blaster here that can make some good calls and good kills going here on the right side maybe, but already stopped by Arkham here on the back, on the left side, taking a good kill. The zone is very disputed here. The big bubbler is out, but for the moment, Field Supplies get the first control of the zone.
Yeah, and I think Hybrid Family decided to go change the Junior for the fact that it just kind of spams bombs. It just does a lot. It just paints the zone very, very well. It does a lot, but never mind. The Junior is gone as they just get shot with the Zuka. And Fear Supply is going to keep control of zone, possibly feed through their penalty. Though Kiro here on the 52 just trying to paint up the zone. The splashdown will kind of force the zone to move over to Hybrid Family's side, but not for long, as Fear Supplies is still trying to fight zone. Oh, it's not working in their favor. That's 3 down, and Trinity there is forced to jump, or Infinity there is forced to jump out.
Forced to jump out, but like the special is ready. Its teammate special should be ready in quite a quickly. But yeah, very good lead here for the Hybrid Family. The specials are out, making some good kills. That's already -2. The zone is in control of Field Supplies. Gal is a bit alone here, taking cared of by the decav. And it's time to bring the fire in for Field Supplies. They need to push, they need to apply the same pressure that Hybrid Family did against them and not get flanked.
Yeah, and I think a big change from the last 2 games to this game is the loss of the crab. So they're not, if Hybrid Family gets pushed back, they're going to have a lot less options to kind of force their way in. Unfortunately, it looks like they don't really need any, as they're just going to fight. And Arcaneer popping back to keep their teammates alive. It's going to work. There's a Zuka from Infinity. He's not going to get any picks. The blaster here is kind of forced into a corner. That's 2 down for Hybrid Family. Nanachi here is still just sitting in this corner, gets another one in the bubble, but thankfully Edgar with the bubble of their own is going to support them really, really well. And Nanachi is still just fighting, looking for a pick. It's not going to work, but by the time they're gone, Fear Supplies is still 3 down with only Arkham remaining.
Only Arkham remaining, but the vacuum is out. Maybe can take the zone or just maybe stop the control of it. It was launched way in the back on Edgar, but the zone is still blue, still on the Hybrid Family's color. And we're approaching the 10 points left. It will be hard, but Field Supplies have one last play to make. The decav is dead, the zap is dead. It's a wipeout, and it's a great win for Hybrid Family. It was about time.
Yeah, it was about time, but I think what really changed was just the amount of paint that they had by switching to that Junior. Just the amount of bombs and just the amount of pure paint that one weapon can put out really made a difference. It really helped their frontliners just kind of move around much more freely.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to a game 4 on Macomite. It feels like every map is different from the other. Like we have Hagglefish very open, Umami double zone completely separated, Ship Shape a very closed map, and Macomite just an all-rounder. Like you have some good flanks, you have an open map, but you also have some tops and some blocks to block a few positions. And we'll have Barnacle in time after if we go to game 5. Do you think we will see a game 5?
At this point, I don't know. I think maybe if Hybrid Family keeps the Junior and the Blaster, because Blaster is really good on this map since you can kind of shoot up to snipe really easily. You can shoot under, you can be under freezer, shoot up to their plat really easily. That could really help. The Junior, or you can even shoot if you're like on the stacks, you can shoot up there really easily. So I think Blaster might stay. Also, the Junior, just being a Junior, just kind of kind of does its thing. It
Does
just
its
kind of
thing,
sits there.
Yeah, it
It just
paints,
sits there
it
and
throws
paints.
bombs, and it's doing the work we need him to do. And they do keep Blaster and Junior and Gal and October the exact same comp, while the yellow side is bringing a Tri-Slasher.
Well, yeah, sloshers in general are really strong on this map. So you can really abuse the ledges and just kind of slosh up and get a pick or two. But as we see, the hybrid family with a really strong start, just going all in and getting 2 down and forcing everyone back away from Snipe. That's going to work out really good here, as they're going to force Arkham to pop back, not in a terrible spot, but also not in the really best spot that they wanted to. But never mind, it's gonna work out in their favor, even getting a pick out of it.
Yeah, they stopped the zone, they got to the penalty, but I mean they're still getting killed one by one after the other. It's hard for field supplies. I feel like this map isn't shooting them. The hybrid family is just so aggressive and is pushing them to their spawn again and again, making some good kills, making some good holes in their defenses. It's very hard. -3 here. It's a good kill by the V shot, but yeah, threatened by Edgar.
Yeah, as right now, Hybrid Family is just showing kind of a different mode from what we saw in those first 2 games. They've been playing really aggressive, and I think what is the big difference is that Fear Supplies hasn't really been dealing with the brush as much, because in the first 2 games, they kind of dealt with the brush anytime that they saw it, but now the brush has been able to kind of just roam free and get the picks that they really need, as Hybrid Family is going to fight back for his own and take control of it, as they might start to push back Fear Supplies, so it's not going to work out in their favor.
Yeah, it doesn't work in their favor, but I mean, for the moment, it's a very close game. Like, you have the zone going from one color to the other. For the moment, it's Hybrid Family, but be careful of that special, of that vacuum. There is some TP going in for Fear Supplies, and it's maybe time for them to finally get a good entry tool, a good entry point into the Hybrid Family's defense. Let's see how it goes, but for the moment, it's working pretty well, except for that Kiro's kill.
Yeah, right now, Fear Supplies is holding on for dear life, as the whale's gonna come out for Hybrid Family. That's a 1-for-1 trade here. Looks like Infinity's gonna get another 1-for-1 trade, which is really good for Fear Supplies, since they just want to keep Hybrid Family back. It's gonna work out. Forcing the bubble to pop in a really bad spot. There comes the Vac or the Zipcaster trying to get a pick here. It's gonna work. With about 3 ticks left, they're gonna not get the lead at the last second. The Nachi splashdown is gonna be able to hold on to the lead by 1 point.
1 point that can make the difference, and for the moment the Hybrid Family is holding on and already going back to its business, being aggressive, holding them back in their spawn. And I mean, for the moment it's working. You have Nanachi here with the blaster on the right side. The Zuka is out, the vacuum is out, maybe Fear Supplies is rolling out their specials very quickly for that time, but the penalty is out. They need to take back that zone. -2 is in. The Octobrush in difficulty, taking a really good trade, but that won't be enough. The splashdown, taking back the zone.
Oh my god.
Splashdown is really a game changer here.
Yeah, and I think Fear Supplies is just not respecting the splashdown as much as they should be, because I think that's what the 2nd or 3rd time Nanachi has been able to just splash down and just completely take control of the zone just like that and flip it. Though the second I say that, Arkham just shoots the Vac again in zone, try to neutralize. It's gonna work for just a second, but Hybrid Family is holding on here for dear life, as they're gonna be able to pop a bubble there, but with about 10 ticks or 6 ticks left, this might be it. They're gonna try to go for zone. It's not gonna work. The Zipcat is gonna get the final 2 kills, and just like that, Hybrid Family has forced themselves into a game number 5.
Game number 5, the most important game of a tournament, Grand Final Game 5. That's where everything is decided, and I mean, that was a hell of a run for both teams.
Yeah, I think right now, the momentum has completely shifted. I just want to say that. Hybrid Family went from down 0-2 looking like this may be the end to a potential 3-0 sweep, a potential reverse sweep. That's gotta feel like really good. Just being able to hold on at the when everything was against you, just being able to hold on to the last second.
I mean, that's pretty interesting because, like, if I remember well, game 1, game 2, First Supply was just completely dominating the hybrid family, and it completely reversed. Like, of course, First Supplies got to touch zone sometimes, but the hybrid family is just putting so much pressure on their shoulder, putting so much aggressiveness, and again, like, the splashdown is being First Supply is just ignoring that splashdown that just takes the zone over and over again. We've seen it on Chip Shape, we've seen it on Magomart. First Supplies need to find an answer to this blaster because it's making so much work here.
Yeah, and I think it's just becoming aware, just making sure you have all entry points painted, because if you don't, then like we just saw now in Mako Mart, the splash now may be able to take zone. Though I do believe it can't take the entire zone on Barnacle and Dime. I may be wrong on that. I know it's kind of close, but yeah, and I think for Barnacle and Dime specifically, watching the streets is a very big part of it, since a lot of short range weapons like to come up on that street underneath your snipe or underneath your plat. So being able to have complete control of that just kind of allows you just a little breath of fresh air.
Breath of fresh air, that will be very important. Both teams need to they need to breathe. They need some space if they want to win on Barnacle, because it's a map where you can get pressure on your opponent very easily. Once you get the zone, if you get like a wipeout, you can hold on to that lead for a very, very, very long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and since Barnacle and Dime is one of those maps where it's not impossible to push out, it just either takes some luck or it takes a lot of resources. So being able to hold on for as long as possible, because I think you've been commenting or streaming for a while, so you've seen matches where a team pushes up super, super far, they get wiped out, and then everything switches to where the other team, the team that was once losing, just completely knocks it out.
Mm-hmm. True, and that's also why, like, Barnacle in Dime, I don't feel like it's a map that is, I mean, I don't know what the public think about Barnacle in Dime. Either people hate it, or people really, really like it, because it's so much back and forth, but it also can be so much one-sided, depending on the composition. Like, it's very dependent from what I see.
Yeah, I think Barnacle and Dime overall is seen as a pretty good map. Zone specifically, I think, is one of the better map modes the better modes on this map. But for the most part, I think Barnacle and Dime is still a really good map, especially after the changes that happened. It's one of the better ones.
Mm-hmm. We just need 3 more players to get ready for the grand final. I hope you are. Don't hesitate to cheer for your favorite team in the chat. I see Darklocks rooting for the hybrid family. Do we have any Fear Supplies fans here in the chat? Just tell me, because I see a lot of THF fans. No Fear Supplies. Show them some respect. Show them some show them they can do it. We'll see. It's a deciding game. We just need Nanachi to get ready. Will he pick his blaster? Don't know. We'll see.
I mean, it's working. If it ain't broke, why fix it? But here we are, game number 5, the final game of the tournament. No changes from Fear Supplies and no changes from Hybrid Family. Both teams like what they both like what they ran the first couple of times. They're gonna stick with it as this game opens up.
Game opens up and we have that ink brush here on the left side putting some bombs. The control is for the Hybrid Family every time Field Supplies open that game, for the moment, it's the Hybrid family taking some good points, taking some good kills. It's already -2. Origami is gonna go down, and the Octoshot is alone here, maybe taking the good kill here on the October. That's right. The Ink Strikes are ready, but he won't put them now. Really good kill on the Blaster though. That Octoshot made a really good work, but the team is just not coming back yet.
Yeah, as Hybrid Family is already down to 45. What a really good opening push. And finally, Fierce Supplies are going to be able to take control of zone. Though Nanachi here getting 1, getting 2. That's a triple for Hybrid Family. And just like that, as soon as Fierce Supplies got it, they no longer have it, as the Octobrush with the Zipcast are trying to cause some chaos here. It might work in their favor, just cause people to shoot at them. And now Hybrid Family has a chance to really get set up here.
And I mean, all specials are ready on Field Supply side, but it's just so much packed in their spawn. They don't have any access to that mid, so they throw in some specials, throw in the vacuum. Oh, but there's this huge -3 here. Kiro is a bit alone with the 52 gal, maybe taking a kill or two. No, going to jump off. And Field Supplies, for the first time in the game, have a clear path and a clear way to make some kills.
Yeah, they have a really good way of getting a hold, although that might not last long, as Hybrid Family is just pushing up really hard. They're using that bubble to their advantage, trying to push up slowly with it. However, it's not working in their favor. There's Anachi with the splashdown a bit far away. He's not going to get a kill here, but looks like Fierce Supplies might take lead here, though they do have to be careful of this brush on the flank. Decide not to go for it. Instead of popping a Zipcaster, getting 1 through it, getting 2, and just like that, they're gonna go down. But Fierce Supply still has zone, but Hybrid Family has like 1 or 2 more opportunities to try to get something going. He unfortunately goes for a swim at the absolute wrong time, as it's just Nanachi trying to hold on to zone. There's a splashdown at the last second, 2 ticks left. They're not gonna hold it, and Fierce Supplies at the last second through the splashdown is gonna hold on and win the set and the tournament in a very close game number 5.
And that time they acknowledged the splashdown. They knew Nanachi was here. They knew it was there to ruin everything, but they hold on to the zone, hold on to the lead, and got that amazing KO, offering them the win after an almost reverse sweep by the Hybrid Family.
Yeah, Fierce Supplies just kind of, they held on. They were at least a little bit shook through those first 2 games, but once they got control of zone on Barnacle and Dime, they just kind of ran with it. Yes, Hybrid Family did provide a couple of, how do you say,
Opposition?
Yeah, opposition. They did provide some challenges for Fierce Supplies, but they managed to overcome it and come away with a really close win and a victory in this Minnow Cup.
I mean, I feel like the last game was a reflection of the first 2 games. As soon as Fierce Supplies had a clear way to take the zone, take control of the mid, they won't let go of it. Like, the vacuum was there, the bubble was there, they had everything to keep that zone, and again, those supportive specials were helping them a lot to keep the control. You said in the first 2 games, I think it was in Hagglefish, that they had troubles getting in, but I mean, as soon as they're in, they're settling it.
Yeah, and I think the main thing was getting in. Like, their comp was to the point where once they got in, it was pretty hard to move them, but it also worked in reverse, where if they got pushed back, it's pretty hard to get in, but they showed that they can just rely on their own skills to get those kills that they needed.
And that's how we wrap up Minnow Cup Splat Zone Edition by an amazing set. Thank you to all teams for playing, and yeah, GG to Field Supplies for this well-deserved win. It was a pleasure to commentate with you, Topic. It was great to have you. Thanks to all commentators who came into the stream. Thanks to all TOs. We're gonna give them credit in a few, and yep. Have a good day, have a good night, everyone.
See you later.